Have you ever found yourself longing for a place where time seems to move more slowly, where the air feels softer and the weight you've been carrying quietly begins to lift? There's such a place tucked away at the edge of a small country town, a mill pond that has been watching the seasons turn for longer than anyone can remember. The water there holds the sky in its stillness, and an old wooden lantern casts a warm, flickering glow across its surface when evening comes. Tonight we'll walk that path together. We'll hear the hush of the crickets in the tall grass, feel the cool breath of the water as the sun dips low, and follow the gentle rhythm of a life lived close to the land. Along the way, you might notice how the world feels quieter here, how the edges of your thoughts soften, and your breathing finds its own calm pace. So, settle in. Let the sound of the lantern's light and the pond's still waters lead you into the story. There are evenings when the world seems to breathe more slowly, as if it has finally remembered that nothing needs to be hurried. Those are the evenings Henry loves best. The sun has just begun its descent, lowering itself gently toward the edge of the fields. Its light is no longer the bright blaze of afternoon, but a softened gold that lays itself over the grass like a warm quilt. Shadows stretch themselves lazily across the worn dirt path, mingling with the last light in a quiet exchange, as if neither is in any rush to leave or to arrive. Henry has walked this path for most of his life. His boots know the way without instruction, and the ground beneath them feels familiar, packed firm in some places from years of steps, softer in others where the grass has managed to reclaim its space. Along the way, the scent of late summer earth rises to greet him, a mingling of dust, clover, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers that have endured the long season. He carries a small wooden lantern in his right hand. Its frame is smooth with age, worn pale where countless fingers have held it. The glass is a little clouded now, marked by hairline scratches that scatter the flame into a gentle halo. It's not a bright light, never meant to chase away darkness entirely, but to offer a small, steady glow, the kind that makes you want to draw closer. Henry remembers when the lantern first belonged to his father. As a boy, he would watch the careful ritual of lighting it, how his father would strike the match, shield the tiny flame from the wind, and then set it to the wick. It always seemed to Henry that the lantern's glow was more than just light. It carried with it the sense of safety that comes from being near someone who knows the way home. Now, years later, the lantern is his to carry. He lights it in the same unhurried manner, pausing for a moment to watch the flame settle before beginning the slow walk toward the pond. The air is different here, away from the center of town. Each step brings him deeper into the hush that gathers in the spaces between fields and trees. The only sounds are the soft crunch of his boots on the path, the distant call of a morning dove, and the faint rustle of leaves high in the maples that line the way. He passes the old fence line, its posts leaning at angles that speak of years of storms and summers. Between them, wild grasses sway, their seed heads catching the low light. He notices how the colors shift with each step, pale gold here, bronze there, sometimes a faint blush, where the sun touches them just so. There's a bend in the path where the first glimpse of the mill pond appears. Even before he sees it, Henry can feel it. There's a coolness in the air, a dampness that speaks of still water lying just ahead. Then, as he rounds the curve, the pond opens before him like a mirror laid upon the earth. It holds the sky perfectly. The pale blue of evening deepens toward indigo, brushed with the faintest streaks of lavender and rose. A thin line of sycamores and willows stand at its far edge, their reflections doubling them in the water until it's hard to tell where the real trees end and the mirrored ones begin. Henry stops for a moment, the lantern warm in his hand, and simply looks. This is the part he likes most, those first few breaths by the water, when the rest of the day seems to loosen its hold on him. Here, the burdens he has carried, small worries about the farm, the ache in his shoulders from a day's work, the quiet loneliness that sometimes follows him home, begin to drift as if the pond has room to hold them for a while. He makes his way down to the flat stone at the water's edge. This stone has been here longer than he has, perhaps longer than the mill itself. It's worn smooth in the middle, cupped just enough to hold the lantern as if it were made for it. Henry sets the lantern down, the flame's reflection shivering in the water alongside it. The air is cooler here. He can hear the faint, steady drip of water from the old mill wheel, long stilled, but still letting go of what little collects in its wooden slats. Somewhere across the pond, a frog calls, a low, resonant sound that seems to vibrate in the water. Henry sits on the edge of the stone, elbows on his knees, and breathes in the scent of the pond, damp earth, moss, and the faint sweetness of decaying leaves. It's not a smell you'd find bottled or sold, but it's one that feels honest, the smell of life going on in its own time. In the quiet, his mind drifts, not in sharp, busy thoughts, but in the slow meander of memory. He sees himself at 12, crouched by this same stone with his father, both of them watching dragonflies skim the surface. He remembers the way his father's hand rested on his shoulder, heavy and steady without the need for words. The flame in the lantern flickers gently, its light mingling with the growing dusk. Henry notices how the reflections shift, how the lantern's glow seems to stretch out across the water in a long, wavering path. It reminds him of something his father used to say, that light doesn't try to reach the end, it just shines where it is, and that's enough. He stays there for a while, letting the evening settle around him. The crickets begin their steady chorus, the breeze turns cooler, and the sky deepens into night. There's no hurry to leave. The path home will still be there when he's ready, and the lantern's glow will be enough to guide him back. For now, this is where he belongs, at the water's edge, with the sound of the pond, the weight of the lantern in his hand, and the kind of quiet that fills rather than empties. The next evening came on softly, the way certain days seem to understand they should not ask too much of you. Henry had risen early that morning, as he always did, with the sun just brushing the tops of the maples outside his bedroom window. He had moved to through the work of the day without hurry, mending a bit of fence near the pasture, sweeping the porch free of last night's leaves, and walking out to check the rows of beans and corn that had been drinking in the summer light. It was good, honest work, the kind that left him tired but not worn down, like the way a child feels after a long afternoon of play. Now, as the light began its slow retreat toward the horizon, Henry found himself once again on the path to the pond, the lantern in his hand. He liked the way the wooden handle warmed quickly against his skin, how the weight of the lantern seemed to balance the rhythm of his steps. The day had been warm, but not stifling, and by evening a gentle coolness had begun to settle over the land. The air smelled faintly of cut grass from a neighbor's field, carried on a breeze that stirred the high branches above him. Somewhere nearby, the low hum of cicadas had given way to the sharper, more deliberate chirp of crickets, as if one shift of nature's orchestra had taken over for another. He noticed things in the slowing light that he might have missed had he hurried. How a spray of Queen Anne's lace nodded in the ditch beside the road. How the fading sun caught in the wings of a moth resting on a fence post. Each small thing seemed to invite him deeper into the evening's quiet. As he neared the bend where the first glimpse of the pond would appear, Henry paused for a moment. The path here curved between two large oaks whose roots had been working their way above the soil for decades, twisting and coiling in slow, patient shapes. His father used to call them the gatekeepers, saying they marked the entrance to a gentler world. Passing between them now, Henry felt the truth of that. Beyond the oaks, the air shifted, cooler, more still, and the faint scent of water rose to meet him. He could hear the quiet lap of the pond against its bank, and the single plop of a fish breaking the surface somewhere out in the deep. When the pond came fully into view, it was as if the day itself had chosen to pause there. The water was smooth except for the occasional ripple, and it held the colors of the sky in its surface. The dusky blue of oncoming night, the last threads of gold, and a deepening purple that seemed to hum with quiet. Henry walked to the same flat stone he had visited the night before, the one that seemed shaped just for the lantern. He set it down carefully, watching the flame sway as it adjusted to its new resting place. Its reflection stretched across the water, not in a straight line, but in a wavering path that shifted gently with the breeze. He sat down, leaning forward on his knees, and let his eyes wander over the familiar scene. The willows at the far end trailed their fingers in the water. A few swallows skimmed the surface, catching the last insects of the day. The first stars were beginning to show, faint pinpricks above the darker line of the trees. There was no need to speak here, no one to speak to, in fact, but Henry found that the pond answered him all the same. In the stillness, there was a kind of conversation, one that asked nothing of him and yet returned something each time he came. He thought again of his father, how they had often sat together on this same stone. His father had been a man of few words, but when he spoke, it was as though each word had been sifted and weighed before being set free. One evening, long ago, they had sat here with the lantern between them, the flame small and steady in the cooling air. Henry, then a boy of perhaps 10, had asked his father why he liked the pond so much. His father had been quiet for so long that Henry thought he hadn't heard the question, but then he said, "Some places teach you how to be still. That's worth learning." Henry had carried those words with him, though he hadn't fully understood them at the time. Now, with years behind him and the familiar weight of the lantern in his hand, he felt their truth in a way he couldn't have then. A breeze moved across the water, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and a whisper of the reeds along the bank. The lantern's flame bent briefly, then straightened again, and the ripples it cast across the pond spread slowly outward. Henry let his mind drift, not toward any particular thought, but in the same way, the lantern's light wandered across the surface of the water, without urgency, without needing to arrive anywhere. He thought of the garden he'd tended that morning, of the way the soil had crumbled easily between his fingers. He thought of the old dog who used to follow him here, long since gone, and how she would curl up beside him while he watched the water. He thought of the letters from his sister, living 2 states away, and the way her handwriting always leaned forward, as if hurrying toward whatever story she was telling. The light around the pond softened further, the edges of the world blurring as night gathered. Somewhere in the reeds a heron lifted and glided away without a sound, its long wings carrying it into the darkness. Henry reached for the lantern, holding it for a moment before he stood. The path home would be dim now, but the lantern's glow would be enough, it always was. As he began the slow walk back, he glanced once more over his shoulder. The pond lay still and dark, holding the last shimmer of light in its quiet heart. It would be theirs tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, waiting in the same unhurried way it always had. And Henry, in his own unhurried way, would come. Morning came in its usual unassuming way. The first light was a thin wash of pale gold over the far hills, creeping slowly into the fields and woods as if reluctant to disturb their rest. Henry had been awake for some time, not because the day demanded it, but because his body was accustomed to rising with the sun. He lay for a while in the soft quiet of his room, listening to the slow tick of the clock on the dresser and the gentle sigh of the wind at the window. When he finally swung his feet to the floor, the wooden boards were cool against his soles. He moved through his small morning rituals without hurry, pulling on his worn shirt, lacing his boots, and putting the kettle on for coffee. The house was simple, with its plain pine table and shelves lined with jars of beans, corn, and tomatoes he'd canned the summer before. Everything in its place, as though the rooms themselves were content with their purpose. By the time the coffee was ready, the light had grown stronger, filling the kitchen with a steady amber glow. Henry carried his mug to the porch and sat in the old rocker that had been there since before he was born. The boards creaked softly under his weight, a familiar sound that belonged as much to the mornings as the dew on the grass. From here, he could see the field stretching out toward the tree line, the rows of beans and corn standing in quiet order. Beyond them, the faint silver glint of the mill pond was just visible through the trees. Even from this distance, the water seemed to hold the sky in a way nothing else could. He thought about how he might spend the day. There was a bit of mending to be done on the fence by the orchard, and the garden needed a gentle watering. But there was no pressing schedule. That was the way Henry preferred it. Work should be done with attention, not haste, and the earth had a way of letting you know when something needed tending. The morning passed in this gentle rhythm. He walked the orchard, where the apples were beginning to show their blush. He paused under the shade of a walnut tree, running his fingers over the rough bark, feeling its coolness. A pair of robins hopped through the grass nearby, pausing to tilt their heads toward the soil as if listening for something he could not hear. By midday, the sun had grown warm, and the air hummed with the soft buzz of insects. Henry returned to the house for a light meal, just a slice of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a few tomatoes from the vine. He ate slowly, not because the food was special, but because the act of eating deserved the same unhurried care as everything else. When the long shadows of late afternoon began to stretch across the yard, Henry felt the familiar pull toward the pond. He lit the lantern in the kitchen, watching the small flame catch and settle. It was too early for the light to be of much use yet, but he liked the company of it as he walked. The path to the pond was much the same as the evenings before, though he noticed something new each time. Today it was the way the milkweed pods had begun to swell, their green skin tight with the promise of autumn. The air carried a faint sweetness from the goldenrod blooming at the edge of the field. As he passed between the two old oaks, the gatekeepers, as his father had called them, Henry felt that familiar shift. The air cooled, the sound softened, and the scent of the pond reached him, earthy and clean. When he arrived, The water was perfectly still, the kind of stillness that makes you feel as though time has stepped aside to let you pass. The reflection of the sky was so clear that, for a moment, it was hard to tell which was the water and which was the heavens. Henry set the lantern on the flat stone, its flame now beginning to glow more distinctly in the dimming light. He lowered himself to sit beside it, resting his hands on his knees. The evening unfolded slowly. A few geese passed overhead, their calls carrying far across the open air. Somewhere in the shallows, a turtle slid from a sun-warmed rock into the water with hardly a ripple. Henry watched it all without any sense of needing to move or speak. His thoughts wandered to a memory from years ago, a summer evening much like this one, when he and his father had brought a small net to catch minnows for the garden's lily pond. He could remember the coolness of the water against his ankles, the thrill of seeing the silver flicker of fish in the net, and the way his father's laughter had sounded low and easy, mixing with the chorus of crickets. That memory stayed with him as the first stars appeared, pale at first, then brighter as night gathered. The lantern's light cast a warm circle around him, holding the darkness at a respectful distance. Henry knew he would come here again tomorrow, and the day after, as long as he was able. The pond didn't change quickly, and neither did he. That was the quiet agreement they seemed to share, to meet each other just as they were, without the need for anything more. When he finally rose to leave, the lantern in his hand, the water still held the last trace of the sky. The path home lay ahead, but there was no hurry. In the company of the lantern's steady glow, in the memory of the pond's calm, he walked slowly, carrying the evening with him into the night. The day began under a sky the color of pewter, the kind that softens the edges of the world. Overnight, a light mist had drifted in from the hills, leaving a film of dampness on the porch rail and making the grass in the yard shine as though it held 1,000 tiny beads of glass. Henry stood at the kitchen window with his first cup of coffee, watching how the early light sifted through the haze. It was not a day for rushing. He could feel that in his bones. The clouds moved slowly overhead, carrying with them a sense of quiet, like a hand placed gently on one's shoulder to remind you to be still. The house was quiet except for the steady tick of the wall clock and the faint groan of wood as it adjusted to the cool morning air. On the counter, the lantern sat where he had left it the night before, its glass still faintly smudged from the touch of his fingers. He thought about the pond as he moved through the slow rhythm of the morning, washing the few dishes from breakfast, folding the laundry from the line, sweeping the kitchen floor. All the while, the image of the water stayed with him, the mirror-like surface, the way the lantern's light quivered gently on it as if breathing. By midday, the mist had lifted, revealing a pale blue sky with the faint brush strokes of high clouds. Henry walked the length of the orchard, checking the apples. Some had fallen in the night, and he stooped to pick them up one by one, brushing away the grass clinging to their skins. They weren't perfect, each marked by a blemish or a small bruise, but they carried a sweetness that had nothing to do with appearance. He thought of his mother, who used to take these fallen apples and make them into sauce, simmering them with a pinch of cinnamon until the whole house smelled like autumn. That memory warmed him in the same quiet way the lantern's light did. In the afternoon, he mended a section of fence near the garden, working with the steady care of someone who understands that there's no prize for finishing first. The work, like the walk to the pond, was its own kind of meditation, measuring the board, setting each nail, stepping back to see if the line was true. When the sun began its slow descent, Henry washed his hands at the pump and went inside to prepare the lantern. This was his favorite part of the day, not because it marked the end of his work, but because it felt like a return to something essential. He struck the match and watched the flame catch, then settle, its glow small but certain. The path to the pond was lined with small signs of the season's turn. The goldenrod that had been bright a week ago was beginning to fade, its yellow giving way to a deeper, burnished tone. The milkweed pods had begun to split, their silky seeds ready to drift on the slightest breeze. Passing between the two old oaks, Henry felt the subtle shift in the air, that cooling breath that meant the pond was near. The evening light lay across the water in long, soft bands broken only by the ripple of a fish rising near the far bank. He placed the lantern on the flat stone and lowered himself beside it. The scent of damp earth and moss rose up to meet him, grounding him in the moment. Across the pond, the willows leaned toward their reflections, their long branches swaying slightly in the breeze. A heron stood motionless at the edge of the reeds, its body still except for the faint movement of its head as it watched the water. Henry admired the patience of the bird, the way it seemed to exist entirely in the present moment, unconcerned with anything beyond what was right before it. He stayed like that for a long time, simply watching. The water, the heron, the slow deepening of the evening. The lantern's light grew warmer as the sky dimmed, its reflection stretching further across the pond. It reminded him of the evenings long ago when he and his father would sit here, saying little, content in the shared understanding that silence can be its own kind of conversation. As the first stars appeared, Henry felt the quiet of the place settle more deeply around him. The day's small labors, the thoughts that had followed him, the undercurrent of solitude, all of it seemed to soften here, as though the pond and the night air could bear it for him a while. When he finally stood, lifting the lantern from the stone, he glanced back once more. The water lay still, holding both the light of the lantern and the memory of his being there. It would wait, as it always did, for him to return. The day had been one of those gentle autumn afternoons that seems to hum quietly to itself. The air was neither warm nor cold, but somewhere in between, like a shawl loosely draped across your shoulders, enough to keep the edge of the wind away without weighing you down. The sunlight had moved lazily across the fields, spilling gold into every furrow, and the shadows from the orchard trees had lengthened slowly, as though they too had nowhere else to be. Henry had spent most of the morning clearing the small patch of garden behind his house. The season was shifting, and he knew it would soon be time to put the beds to rest for the winter. The tomato vines were withered now, their leaves curled inward, and the bean plants had long since given up their last pods. He worked quietly, pulling the remnants from the soil and laying them in a tidy pile to be composted. The scent of earth rose steadily around him, rich, damp, and unmistakably alive. He paused once or twice to straighten his back, resting his hands on his hips, and looked out toward the far edge of the property. Beyond the orchard, just visible through a scatter of sycamores, he could see the faint glint of the pond. Even from here, it seemed to hold a kind of promise, like a friend waiting patiently for his arrival. By mid-afternoon, the garden was cleared, and the tools hung neatly back in their place. Henry brewed himself a pot of tea and sat for a while on the porch, the steam curling into the cool air. He thought about how he might spend the evening. The pond, of course, was always an option, and in truth, it was more than an option. It had become a quiet anchor for him, a place that drew him without asking. the way a well-worn path calls to your feet simply because it feels right to walk it. As the sun began its slow descent, he rose, took the lantern from its hook in the kitchen and lit it. The flame caught quickly, glowing steady inside the old glass. He liked the ritual of lighting it while there was still enough daylight to see clearly. It felt like preparing for a conversation with the night. The walk to the pond was familiar, but never exactly the same. The air smelled different this evening, cooler, tinged with the faint sweetness of fallen leaves beginning to soften into the soil. He passed the 2 oaks, their leaves rattling softly above him, and felt that subtle shift in the air that told him he was close. When he reached the pond, he found the surface smoother than he'd ever seen it, as if even the water had settled into a deep rest. He placed the lantern on the flat stone and sat beside it, watching as its reflection reached out across the pond in a thin golden path. It was then he heard the sound, soft footsteps on the path behind him. He turned slightly, not startled, but curious. A figure emerged from the dimming light. Martha, the woman from town who sometimes came to gather herbs along the edge of the woods. She was wrapped in a shawl the color of late summer wheat, and her hands were clasped loosely in front of her. "I hope I'm not intruding," she said in a voice as gentle as the evening air. "Not at all," Henry replied. "You're welcome here." She came to stand beside him for a moment, looking out at the pond. "It's quiet tonight," she murmured. "It usually is," Henry said. "That's why I come." They settled into an easy silence, the kind that doesn't press for words. Martha sat down on the edge of the stone, a little distance from the lantern, and for a time they simply watched the water. The light from the lantern seemed to soften their faces, making them part of the stillness that lay over the pond. After a while, she spoke again. "When I was a girl, I used to come here with my grandmother. She'd bring a basket of bread and cheese, and we'd sit under that willow over there." She nodded toward the far bank. "She told me the pond was a good listener." Henry smiled at that. She was right. They sat a while longer, and the conversation, when it came, moved at the pace of the evening, slow, unhurried, drifting from one thought to the next. They spoke of the changing seasons, of the apple coming ripe in the orchard, of small things in town that hardly mattered but felt good to mention. The lantern burned steadily, its light bending and stretching on the water's surface. Somewhere across the pond, a fish leapt, breaking the silence with a single clean splash before the stillness closed over it again. When it grew darker, Martha rose. "I should be going," she said, pulling her shawl a little tighter. "Thank you for sharing your spot." "It's not mine," Henry said, standing with her, "but you're welcome to it any time." She smiled, then turned back up the path, her steps quiet on the soft earth. Henry watched her go until she disappeared between the oaks, then turned once more to the pond. The water was unchanged, the night deepening around it. He sat for a while longer before lifting the lantern and starting the walk home. The air was cooler now, the scent of the pond lingering on his clothes. He thought of Martha's words, that the pond was a good listener, and found himself agreeing. Some places don't need to speak. They simply hold what you bring to them without judgment and give back a little more peace than you had when you arrived. And that, he thought, was a reason enough to keep coming back. The morning after Martha's visit broke with a soft pearly light that seemed to rest gently on the land. Henry woke to the slow warmth of it spilling across his bed quilt, filtered through the thin curtains he'd left open overnight. For a long while, he didn't move. He simply lay there, listening to the faint ticking of the clock in the other room and the occasional creak of the house's old timbers settling into the day. It was the sort of morning that asked nothing in return, no demands, no urgency, just the invitation to move at the pace of one's own thoughts. Henry swung his feet to the floor, feeling the cool wood beneath his soles, and reached for his sweater draped across the chair. In the kitchen, he filled the kettle and set it on the stove. The sound of water meeting metal a small comfort in the quiet. The lantern sat where he'd left it the night before, on the far corner of the table, its glass smudged faintly with fingerprints. He ran a hand over the worn wooden frame, not to clean it, but as one might greet an old friend. He thought of the way its light had looked on Martha's face, softening her features, making them seem almost like a memory, and of the easy silences they'd shared. As the coffee brewed, he stepped onto the porch. The air was cool enough to lift the fine hairs on his arms, carrying with it the scent of dew-wet grass and the faint sweetness of apple blossoms from the orchard, though it was long past their season. He stood there for some time, mug in hand, watching the slow movements of the morning, a pair of doves cooing from the fence line, a spider mending the threads of its web between two porch posts, a breeze carrying a few stray leaves in an idle spiral before letting them fall. The day unfolded gently. Henry spent the late morning stacking the last of the firewood beneath the eaves, each log placed with the kind of care that comes from knowing you'll rely on it in the colder months. The sound of the wood meeting the stack, solid, unhurried, was oddly satisfying. From time to time, he stopped to look out toward the pond, glimpsed in flashes between the tall sycamores. Even from this distance, he could imagine its stillness. By the time the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, Henry found himself thinking about the path again. It wasn't just habit now, it was a quiet pull, the kind that tugs at you from the inside without hurry or insistence. He lit the lantern while there was still light in the sky, the way he always did, so that the walk itself could be accompanied by that familiar glow. The path was scattered with more fallen leaves than the day before. Some were dry and crisp underfoot, others, damp from the morning dew, clung softly to the earth. As he passed between the two oaks, he glanced up into their branches. The leaves there had begun to thin, opening small windows to the sky beyond. When the pond came into view, it looked as though it had been waiting. The surface was calm, with only the faintest trace of movement from a breeze threading through the willows. Henry set the lantern down on the flat stone and took his seat beside it, feeling the coolness of the stone seep through the fabric of his trousers. The evening light spread across the water in a muted palette of colors, blues deepening into gray, a line of faded rose just above the trees. He listened to the small sounds, the distant croak of a frog, the whisper of reeds shifting, the gentle lap of water at the bank. It was a different kind of quiet than the one he'd shared with Martha. This was the quiet of being alone, yet not lonely. The pond was his company, its presence as steady as the lantern's flame, and in that steadiness, Henry felt something within himself loosen. His thoughts wandered, not toward worry, but to the simple memories that arrived without invitation. His mother's hands rolling out pie dough on a flour-dusted counter, the sound of rain on the tin roof of the barn during a summer storm, the way his father would hum under his breath while sharpening a chisel. These recollections came not as sharp pangs of nostalgia, but as gentle reminders of a life fully lived in small, faithful moments. The stars began to appear slowly, as though they too were content to take their time. Henry leaned back, resting his weight on his palms, and watched them gather. Somewhere, an owl called, low and steady, the sound carrying easily across the water. When at last he stood to leave, the lantern's light felt warmer in his hand, as though it had absorbed something from the evening. The path home was darker now, but he walked it without hesitation, the glow bobbing gently before him. Back at the house, he set the lantern on the table once more, its light falling softly across the room. Outside, the world continued on in its quiet way, and Henry felt grateful for the pond, for the lantern, for the kind of peace that could be found in returning to the same place again and again, each time discovering something new in its sameness. By the time late September had found its place in the valley, the evenings carried with them a hush that seemed older than the season itself. The air had a kind of clarity, cool, clean, almost like the taste of well water, and each breath seemed to settle deeper in the chest. Days shortened with a quiet certainty, not in a hurry, but with the inevitability of a candle slowly burning down. On such an evening, Henry stood in his kitchen, lantern on the table, its wooden frame catching the last streak of sunlight through the window. He had already lit it, even though the sky outside was still holding on to the final colors of the day. Lighting it early had become something of a habit, almost a way of marking the shift from work to rest. He liked to see it there as he gathered his sweater from the back of the chair and reached for his hat. When he stepped outside, the air met him with that first whisper of autumn coolness. The scent was different now, less of grass and sun-warmed soil, more of dry leaves and the faint, sweet tang of apples ripening in the orchard. Overhead, the light was thinning, casting the yard and fields in shades of gold and gray. The path to the pond welcomed him the way an old friend does, with no need for explanation. His boots made a soft, measured sound on the earth, the rhythm of his steps steady and unhurried. Along the way, he noticed the milkweed pods had split open since he'd last passed, their silky seeds clinging in small clusters, ready to drift into the air at the next touch of wind. The 2 oaks at the bend, the gatekeepers as his father had named them, were shedding their leaves in slow handfuls. A few spun gently through the air before coming to rest on the path, where they lay like quiet reminders of time's passage. Henry stepped through, feeling again that small change in the air, cooler and damper with the faintest scent of water. When the pond came into view, the surface was still enough to hold the sky without a ripple. He could see the willows on the far bank standing in perfect reflection, their branches trailing down into themselves. The lantern's light grew warmer against the growing dusk as he set it on the flat stone and lowered himself beside it. He had not been sitting long when the sound of footsteps reached him. They were soft, deliberate, unhurried, familiar in a way that made him smile before he even turned his head. Martha appeared on the path, wrapped in her wheat-colored shawl, her hands tucked loosely within its folds. "I thought I might find you here," she said, her voice carrying that gentle steadiness he had come to expect from her. "I'm here most evenings," Henry replied. "The pond hasn't given me reason to be elsewhere." She stepped closer, settling herself on the stone a few feet away, just outside the circle of the lantern's glow. For a while, neither of them spoke. The quiet between them wasn't the awkward kind that needed filling. It was the kind that made space for the small sounds around them, the faint lap of water at the bank, the rustle of reeds, the distant fading call of a bird settling in for the night. Martha glanced toward the lantern. "It's a fine light," she said softly. "It reminds me of the one my father used to keep by the door. We'd take it with us when we went to check on the animals after dark. I used to think it could keep anything bad away, just by being lit." Henry nodded. "My father's was the same. This one was his. I suppose it still does the same for me. Keeps the dark in its place." Her eyes stayed on the water, as if she were seeing not just the pond before them, but some other one from years ago. Funny how some things keep their meaning, even when everything else changes. They let the conversation drift away again, allowing the evening to speak for itself. The lantern's light trembled in the faintest breeze, and its reflection in the water stretched and swayed like a slow dance. Somewhere nearby, a fish broke the surface with a soft splash, sending ripples across the mirrored sky. Henry found himself thinking about how rare it was to share this place with someone else, not because he guarded it, but because few people seemed to understand the kind of quiet it held. Martha, though, didn't seem to need it explained. She fit into it as naturally as the willows fit into the edge of the pond. As the darkness deepened, the stars began to reveal themselves, first a few, then more, until the whole sky seemed lightly dusted with them. Martha pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, and Henry reached for the lantern. "It's getting cool," he said. She nodded, but didn't rise immediately. "I'll walk back with you," she said after a moment. They took the path side by side, their pace matched without effort. The lantern cast a warm pool of light ahead of them, the edges fading into the dark. Fallen leaves whispered underfoot. Neither felt the need to speak, and in that shared silence, the presence of the other felt as steady as the ground beneath them. When they reached the bend by the oaks, Martha paused. "Thank you for letting me share the pond with you," she said. Henry gave a small smile. "It's not mine to give, but I'm glad you came." She left him there, taking a smaller path toward her own place, and he continued on to his house. Inside, the lantern took its place on the kitchen table, its light falling softly across the room. Henry sat for a while, letting the warmth of it linger, thinking how the pond had a way of holding not just his own quiet, but the quiet of those who understood it. Outside, the night settled fully over the land, and the pond lay hidden in the dark, waiting for the next evening and the one after that. There are evenings when the present folds itself open just enough to let the past drift in, not with the weight of longing, but with the gentleness of an old photograph, faded, softened at the edges, but still alive with memory. This evening was one of them. Henry had spent most of the day tending to simple things, the kind of quiet work that asked for little more than patience. He'd walk the orchard, pausing to pick up fallen apples, their skins mottled with the first signs of the season's change. He'd split a few logs for the woodpile, the steady rhythm of the axe biting into the grain keeping him company in the cool air. There had been a faint wind all afternoon, one that stirred the leaves just enough to whisper of the colder months to come. Now, as the sun began to slip behind the low ridge to the west, Henry stood in the kitchen, lantern in hand. The match flared, caught, and the wick took the flame without fuss. The glow gathered inside the glass, small but sure, and he felt the way he always did at this moment, as though he were carrying a piece of the day's warmth into the night. The path to the pond was scattered with leaves that hadn't been there the day before. Some were still bright with color, gold, russet, a few holding on to green. while others had already darkened and curled, their edges brittle underfoot. He took his time, letting the lantern's light fall ahead of him in a soft circle, noticing how it made each patch of earth and each blade of grass seem momentarily more vivid. When he passed between the two oaks, the air shifted as it always did, cooler, denser somehow, with that faint, unmistakable scent of water. The pond lay ahead, still as glass, holding the last of the sky in its surface, a pale wash of blue deepening into indigo, brushed with the thinnest strokes of rose. Henry set the lantern on the flat stone and lowered himself beside it. The flame's reflection trembled faintly, as though the water itself were breathing. He let his gaze rest there, the stillness drawing him back into another evening long ago, when he had been a boy no more than 10, sitting in this very spot beside his father. It had been autumn then too. The air had the same cool edge to it, and the trees along the bank were lit with the same deep colors. He could remember the way the lantern had seemed so bright to him back then, as if it carried a light far larger than its size. His father had set it carefully on the stone and leaned back on his hands, looking out over the pond. Henry had asked him, "Why do we always bring the lantern, even when it's not dark yet?" His father had smiled a little, not taking his eyes from the water. "Because it's good to have a light with you, even before you need it. Makes the dark feel less sudden when it comes." At the time, Henry had thought of it only in the most practical sense, that a lit lantern made it easier to walk home when the sun went down. But now, years later, he understood there had been more in those words than he'd realized. It was a kind of lesson, folded quietly into the shape of an answer, that there's comfort in preparing for the shadows before they arrive, and that sometimes the small, steady light you carry can be enough to guide you through. The memory stayed with him as he watched the water tonight. The surface was so calm that it seemed almost solid. The lantern's glow stretched in a perfect line toward the far bank. A single heron stood there, half hidden among the reeds, its reflection as sharp as the bird itself. The air cooled slowly, the warmth of the day slipping away in careful degrees. Somewhere behind him in the trees, a branch shifted under the weight of a settling bird. The sound was small, but in the quiet it felt like part of the larger conversation the evening was having with itself. Henry thought about how many times he had sat here over the years, the seasons turning and returning, each visit both the same and different. The pond had a way of holding all of those moments at once. The boy with his father, the man with his own lantern, the quiet evenings alone, and now the occasional company of someone like Martha. It was as if the place itself kept a kind of memory, not in the way people do, but in the way the land remembers by simply continuing to be. The first stars began to appear, faint at first, then sharper against the deepening blue. The lantern's light grew warmer by comparison, drawing the eye back to its small, steady flame. Henry stayed until the horizon had dissolved into night, then rose, taking the lantern in his hand. The walk home was unhurried. The beam of light ahead of him seemed to move with the same slow rhythm as his steps. Leaves whispered underfoot, and now and then a gust of wind brought with it the faint scent of the pond. When he reached the porch, Henry set the lantern down on the railing for a moment, looking out into the dark beyond the yard. The world felt larger at night and quieter too, as if it were leaning in to listen. He lifted the lantern again, took it inside, and placed it on the table, where it cast a soft pool of light across the room. He thought of his father's words one more time, how good it was to carry a light, even before you needed it. and felt their truth settle in him like a slow breath. Outside, the night went on, and the pond lay still in the dark, waiting for another evening, another flame, another story to keep. The wind had been restless all afternoon. It had not come in fierce bursts or sudden gales, but in a steady, murmuring presence, moving through the valley as if it were searching for something. From his porch, Henry could hear it combing through the high branches of the sycamores, rattling the last leaves clinging to the orchard trees, and brushing against the eaves of the house with a sound that was part whisper, part sigh. The day itself had been a muted one. The sky wore a layer of pale gray from morning to evening, never brightening enough to show the full sun. That sort of light made the colors of autumn appear deeper somehow. Golds turned to amber, reds to the color of well-worn brick, greens to the dusky shade of pine needles after rain. Henry had split a small pile of firewood in the yard and taken his time stacking it beneath the shelter, the wind keeping him company in its quiet, persistent way. By late afternoon, he found himself thinking of the pond. Not that he didn't think of it every day, but the thought carried a particular pull when the wind moved through the valley like this. There was a kind of conversation between wind and water that he liked to witness, a back and forth he could only hear when he was there to listen. Inside, the lantern waited on the table. The glass was still faintly smudged from the night before, and he ran a cloth over it without much urgency. The match flared, caught, and the flame settled into its steady shape. He watched it for a moment, feeling that familiar sense of carrying a small sun in his hand as he stepped into the dimming day. The path to the pond was littered now with more leaves than bare earth. They shifted under his boots with each step, some crisp and brittle, others damp and soft. The lantern's glow made the colors seem richer, the russet of oak leaves, the burnished gold of maple, the pale silver brown of sycamore. The 2 oaks at the bend were restless tonight. Their branches swayed, tossing the remaining leaves in small flurries that spun briefly in the air before settling to the ground. Passing between them, Henry felt the air change, cooler, denser, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of the pond. When he reached the water, he found it stirred into a gentle ripple, the surface moving in small, overlapping patterns. The willows leaned forward as if to meet it, their long branches swaying in rhythm with the wind. Henry placed the lantern on the flat stone, and the reflection wavered across the rippling water, the light stretching and folding back on itself. He sat with his hands loosely resting on his knees, listening. The wind moved over the pond in low, rolling tones, brushing through the reeds and carrying their dry whispers into the air. And now and then, a stronger breath would send a shiver across the water, breaking the reflection of the trees into fragments that slowly stitched themselves together again. The sound carried him back to a winter many years ago, the first winter he'd brought the lantern to the pond after his father had passed. The ground had been hard with frost, the path lined with bare branches in the white silence of snow. That night, the wind had moved in long, hollow notes through the empty limbs, and the pond had been frozen over, its surface dulled to a pale, unbroken sheet. He remembered setting the lantern on the same stone, watching its light spread over the ice in a wide, soft bloom. There had been no ripple to catch it then, just a still, glowing circle, and he'd felt something in himself match that stillness. It had been a hard winter, one where the absence of his father sat heavy in the rooms of the house and in the spaces between his days. But there, at the pond, With the wind moving across the frozen surface and the lantern holding its quiet place, he'd felt a kind of companionship, wordless but steady. Tonight, the memory felt close but not heavy. The wind on the water now was softer, less insistent, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and leaves. Henry leaned back slightly, letting the coolness settle into his skin. He thought about how many nights like this the pond must have seen, how many different winds and how many different seasons had moved across its surface. A few geese passed overhead, their voices carrying far in the open air. The sound joined the rest of the evening's chorus without disrupting it, fading gradually until it was just the wind and the water again. The lantern's flame shifted with each breeze but never wavered enough to lose its shape. Henry stayed until the sky had turned fully to night. The stars scattered faintly above the shifting silhouettes of the trees. When he stood, the lantern's light fell across the path in a warm pool, the wind tugging gently at the edges of his sweater. The walk home was quiet except for the soft rush of air through the bare branches overhead. Each step brought him closer to the house, but the sound of the pond stayed with him, like a slow, steady breath in the back of his mind. When he reached the porch, Henry set the lantern on the railing and looked out into the dark. The wind moved through the orchard, and he could almost imagine it carrying the pond's voice to him. Low, steady, unhurried, he lifted the lantern again, brought it inside, and placed it on the table, where its glow filled the room with the same calm it had kept at the water's edge. Outside, the wind went on with its searching, and the pond, somewhere in the dark, answered in its own quiet way. The rain had been coming on since morning. It began as a thin mist drifting in from the west, beating on the grass and settling lightly on Henry's shoulders as he moved about his small tasks. By midday, the drops had grown fuller, tapping gently on the porch roof and blurring the view of the orchard, just enough to make it seem farther away, as though it belonged to another world entirely. It was a slow rain, the kind that didn't demand shelter, only a willingness to live alongside it, the kind that seeped into the air until every breath tasted faintly of water and soil. From the open kitchen window, Henry could hear it landing on the leaves of the maples in a patient rhythm, sliding down the long blades of grass, pattering softly against the glass of the lantern sitting on the table. He went about the day without hurry. There were apples to be brought in from the porch basket before they softened too much, a few logs to be split for the wood pile, and some worn fence rails to stack neatly in the shed. He found a quiet satisfaction in the work, each task small enough to finish in the space between the steady, unbroken sound of the rain. By late afternoon, the light had thinned to a gentle dimness, and the clouds had settled low over the hills. Henry stood at the kitchen counter, lantern beside him, and struck a match. The flame flared, caught on the wick, and settled into its steady glow. Even in the daytime gloom, it brought its own kind of brightness, one that felt less about seeing and more about being accompanied. The path to the pond was softer than usual underfoot, the earth giving just enough to mark his steps. Small rivulets of water traced their way along the edges, carrying with them the scent of wet leaves and the faint metallic tang that sometimes lingers in the air after a long drink of rain. Passing between the two oaks, Henry noticed how their leaves, damp and heavy, clung to their branches longer than they might have on a dry day. The rain fell more softly here, filtered through layers of canopy before it reached the ground. Beyond them, the air opened to the pond's expanse, where the surface trembled under the countless, gentle strikes of the rain. He set the lantern on the flat stone, its light dancing in the ripples that spread outward from every drop. There was no still reflection tonight, only the shifting shimmer of water alive with motion. The flame seemed to bend and bow to the rhythm of the rain, never breaking but always changing. Henry sat with his elbows resting loosely on his knees, the rain settling into the folds of his sweater, the air rich with the smell of damp earth. The pond's usual quiet was now a low, constant murmur, the surface speaking in 1,000 tiny voices at once. Every so often, a slightly heavier drop would fall from a branch overhead, landing in the water with a whiter ripple that slowly disappeared into the rest. His mind wandered to another rainy evening many years ago when he had come to the pond with his father. He must have been no older than 12, and the two of them had walked here under a shared coat, the lantern swinging gently between them. The water had been just as restless then, the air just as heavy with the scent of rain. They'd sat without speaking, watching the way the lantern's light broke apart and reassembled in the ripples, as if it were patiently teaching them that not all things needed to stay the same to still be whole. Back then, Henry had thought of the rain as something that kept him from the pond's beauty, obscuring its reflections, stealing away the calm surface he loved. Now he understood it differently. The rain did not hide the pond. It revealed another side of it, one that was just as true. Tonight it was less a mirror and more a living thing, restless, breathing, speaking in the language of water. The evening darkened in slow degrees. The lantern's glow grew warmer against the cool palette of the rain, the gold of its light deepening as the blue-gray of the world around it thickened. Henry let the sound of it all, the rain on the pond, the soft hiss through the reeds, the distant drip from a branch into the shallows, settle into him like a long exhale. When at last he stood to leave, the lantern's light fell in a trembling path ahead of him, scattered by raindrops on its glass. The way home was quiet, but for the soft percussion of rain on the leaves overhead and the gentle squelch of his boots on the softened earth. Back at the house, he set the lantern on the table and let it burn a while longer, its glow mingling with the muted patter outside. The rain would likely go on through the night, and the pond, somewhere out there in the dark, would keep answering it, drop by drop, ripple by ripple in its patient, unhurried way. Henry sat in that thought for a long time, letting it carry him the way the pond carried the rain. It was the kind of night when even the wind seemed content to rest. The day had faded without any spectacle, no fiery sunset or sudden shift of weather, just a gradual softening of the light, as though the sky were pulling a thin quilt over the valley. Now, standing on the porch, Henry could see the first traces of moonlight brushing against the tops of the orchard trees, turning the edges of the remaining leaves to pale silver. The air was cool, but not the biting kind. It was the coolness that carried the faint sweetness of drying grass, mingled with the more grounded scent of earth that had known many seasons. Somewhere far off, a single owl called, its voice low and deliberate, leaving enough space between notes for the night to breathe. The lantern waited on the table by the door, as it always did. Henry lifted it, feeling the familiar weight in his hand, and struck the match. The small flare caught quickly, steadying into a golden flame that seemed almost shy compared to the silvery wash of the moon. For a moment, he simply held it there, letting the two lights meet in the stillness, one bright and alive in his hand, the other patient and ancient, pouring itself over the world. The path to the pond felt different under moonlight. The ground seemed firmer, the stones in the soil catching and holding bits of pale glow. Shadows fell longer, gentler, softening the lines of every fence post and fallen branch. As he walked, the crunch of a stray leaf beneath his boot sounded almost loud against the deep quiet. At the bend, the two oaks stood like quiet sentinels, their branches barely moved, only a few leaves giving the faintest quiver as Henry passed between them. The air there held a stillness so complete that he could hear the faint swish of his sleeve as his arm brushed against his side. And then the pond appeared, sudden yet entirely unhurried, as if it had been waiting for him all along. It lay in perfect calm, the surface holding the full, round moon as though it were cradling an egg of light. Every tree along the far bank stood doubled in that reflection, their dark shapes softened by the gentle blur of water. Not a ripple moved, except for the faintest ring spreading out where a fish had disturbed the surface before vanishing again into the depths. Henry set the lantern on the flat stone, its light joining the moon's in a quiet partnership. In the still water, the lantern's reflection sat just beside the moon's, two small flames, one gold, one silver, close enough to seem like companions. He sat down slowly, resting his forearms on his knees. The night seemed to ask for patience, for listening without expectation. The air was cool against his face, the ground beneath him still faintly warm from the day. Now and again, a leaf would let go of its branch and drift down, its soft landing on the water barely enough to stir the reflection. His mind wandered to nights long ago when he'd come here with a book tucked under his arm, though he never read more than a few pages. The pond had always been the real story, its stillness, its shifting light, the way it seemed to notice whoever came near. Back then, he might have stayed longer, lying back to watch the constellations wheel slowly across the sky. Tonight, he found himself content just to sit and keep the lantern company. Somewhere along the far bank, a frog croaked once, deep and resonant, as if reminding the night it was still there. A moment later, the sound was answered from somewhere closer, and then silence folded back over the pond again. Henry felt his own breathing match the slow, steady rhythm of the scene. Inhale, exhale, like the water itself. The moon climbed higher, tilting the shadows slightly, changing the sheen on the pond's surface. The lantern's flame, smaller but warmer, held its place beside it, never competing, only complementing. Henry stayed until the air hinted at turning colder, the kind of chill that would settle in if he lingered too long. He lifted the lantern, its light swaying over the path ahead, and began the walk home. The sound of his boots on the earth was the only thing breaking the silence, and even that seemed softened by the moonlight. When he reached the porch, he set the lantern down and turned for one last look toward the pond. Though it was hidden now by the bend in the path, he imagined it there, still holding the moon, still keeping its quiet vigil. Inside, the lantern's light filled the kitchen with a gentle warmth. Outside, the moon carried on, silvering the orchard and the hills, keeping company with the water until morning came. The morning rose without fanfare, no burst of gold at the horizon, no sweep of light across the orchard. Instead, it came wrapped in a thick gray mist that seemed to rise from the very soil, curling and folding over the fields until even the nearest fence posts looked like pale ghosts of themselves. Henry noticed it the moment he stepped onto the porch. The air felt different in fog, closer, as though the world had pulled in around him. Every sound was softened, every line blurred. The trees across the yard were barely more than shapes, their branches fading into the gray as if they were being gently erased. He held the lantern in one hand, not for light, but for the comfort of its warmth. Even unlit, it felt like a promise. The fog made it seem as though the pond were farther away than usual, though he knew the path by heart. Each step down the porch creaked beneath his boots, the sound quickly swallowed by the heavy stillness. The grass was damp and cool against his ankles, each blade tipped with a bead of moisture that clung before giving way to his passing. The path's usual edges, where wildflowers and tall grass leaned in, were now only suggested outlines. The air carried the faint, clean scent of wet earth mixed with the sweet decay of autumn leaves. As Henry walked, the sounds of the waking world came to him in muted fragments. The slow drip of water from an unseen branch, the muffled call of a crow far off in the fog, the soft crunch of his own steps. There was no wind, no rustle, just the feeling of being inside something hushed and vast. When he reached the bend where the two oaks stood, he paused. In the fog, they looked older somehow, monuments in a landscape stripped of distance. Their trunks were dark with moisture, and drops of water gathered on their bare twigs before letting go to fall silently to the ground. Passing between them felt like crossing into another room, one where time itself had slowed to match the pace of the morning. The pond revealed itself gradually, as though reluctant to give away its presence. At first, Henry saw only the faint, shifting glow where the water caught the diffused light of the sky. Then the shape of the far bank appeared, muted and uncertain, as if painted with the gentlest stroke of a brush. The surface was still, but not perfectly. Small rings of movement drifted outward, where fish or frogs disturbed it in ways invisible to him. He set the lantern on the flat stone. Its brass frame gleamed faintly in the gray light, catching droplets on its edges. Even unlit, it felt like part of the place, as if it had its own quiet role in the morning scene. Henry sat on the same patch of ground where he had so often lingered, the damp earth cool beneath him. The fog moved in slow, deliberate currents, sometimes revealing a little more of the far shore, sometimes drawing it back into obscurity. The reeds by the water's edge stood as pale silhouettes, their tips crowned with droplets that trembled but did not fall. He thought about how different the pond looked in each kind of weather, each season. On bright summer days, it shone like glass under the sun. In winter, it lay frozen, holding the pale light of short afternoons. But there was something about fog that seemed to strip away the surface of things, leaving only the quiet heart beneath. It wasn't about beauty or reflection, it was about presence. From somewhere close by, the soft plunk of a frog breaking the surface reached his ears. A moment later, a ripple drifted toward him, widening until it touched the stone where the lantern sat. He watched it spread, slow and certain, until it was absorbed into the stillness again. Henry found himself remembering another foggy morning, decades ago. He had been younger, impatient, walking quickly to the pond with some errand in mind. His mother had called after him to slow down. "The pond will wait," she'd said, her voice drifting through the fog like a thread. At the time, he hadn't understood the wisdom in her words. Now, he felt them settle inside him with a weight that was not heavy, but grounding. The morning lingered like that for a long while, with no urgency to change. Eventually, the fog began to thin, light pressing through in soft, diluted streams. Shapes grew sharper, the far bank, the gentle curve of the hill beyond, the clusters of reeds swaying almost imperceptibly. Henry rose slowly, brushing the damp from his hands. He lifted the lantern, its metal cool against his palm, and began the walk back. Behind him, the pond returned to its watch, still wrapped in the remnants of the morning mist. By the time he reached the porch, the fog had lifted just enough for the orchard to emerge in muted color. The day would come on quietly, and he would let it. There was no rush, not for him, not for the pond, not for anything that mattered. The afternoon had the kind of light that only comes late in autumn. Soft, amber-hued, with just enough warmth to rest gently on the skin but not enough to linger. It was the sort of light that made the edges of things glow, as though every leaf, every fence rail, and every blade of dry grass held a quiet memory of summer inside it. Henry had been splitting kindling in the yard earlier, the steady rhythm of the axe against the wood keeping him company. But now, as the sun slipped lower, he felt the pull toward the pond again. It wasn't an urge to do anything there, not to work or even to think, just to be present, to keep it company, the way one might visit an old friend who prefers silence to conversation. The path was dappled with patches of sunlight, filtering through branches still holding their last stubborn leaves. Those leaves were brittle now, the veins in them like fine cracks in old porcelain. Some clung on as though they might outlast the season. Others gave way at the faintest touch of breeze, drifting down in slow spirals until they landed softly on the earth. Henry stepped carefully, not out of necessity, but out of respect for the quiet rhythm of the afternoon. As he neared the bend, the scent of the pond reached him, not sharp or strong, but a gentle mingling of cool water, damp earth, and the faint sweetness of decaying leaves. The two oaks at the path's turn stood tall, their roots wrapped deep in the soil, their trunks carrying the quiet dignity of things that have outlived generations. He touched one as he passed, the bark rough and cool under his palm, as if to acknowledge its steady presence. When the pond came into view, the sight caught him the way it always did, not with surprise, but with that deep recognition you feel for a place that has shaped you. The surface was almost still, a faint ripple passing now and then when the breeze brushed across it. Along the far bank, the tall grasses swayed lightly, their tips catching the sun in soft flashes of gold. Henry set the lantern on the flat stone, though it was not yet needed. Its brass frame caught the late light, and for a moment it looked as though the lantern itself was lit from within. He lowered himself to sit by the water's edge, letting his boots rest in the cool shade while his face turned toward the sun. Across the pond, a single maple stood in a kind of splendor, its leaves a deep, burnished red. Many had already fallen, scattered like embers on the ground beneath, but the branches still held enough to make the tree seem aflame in the waning light. Every so often one would drift free, its fall unhurried, its landing barely disturbing the water. Henry watched these small arrivals with the patience they deserved. Each one felt like a tiny farewell, a quiet acknowledgement that the season was nearing its end. The pond seemed to hold these farewells gently, keeping them afloat for a time before letting them join the others along the bank. Somewhere, behind him, a bird gave a short, clear call before taking off toward the woods. Its wings caught the light for a moment, then vanished into shadow. Henry smiled faintly, thinking how the bird's flight seemed less about urgency and more about answering some unspoken rhythm of the day. The air cooled as the sun drew closer to the horizon. The warmth on his face began to fade, replaced by the first hints of evening chill. He pulled his jacket a little tighter, but made no move to leave. There was a quiet fullness in simply sitting here, watching the day settle itself. As the last of the sunlight touched the water, Henry reached for the lantern. With a practiced motion, he lit it, the small flame springing to life with a soft whisper. Its glow joined the fading light, a warm counterpoint to the silver that would soon belong to the moon. For a long while he let the lantern burn there beside him. The pond mirrored its light, holding it just as it had held the day's reflections, steady and unbroken. The ripples moved slowly outward, carrying the flame's shimmer across the surface. When the first star appeared in the deepening sky, Henry knew it was time to walk back. He left the lantern burning for a few more moments, as if to give the pond a parting gift, then lifted it gently and began the slow walk home. The path was darker now, but the lantern's glow pooled softly at his feet, guiding him. Behind him, the pond and the trees returned to their quiet watch, keeping their own counsel beneath the night that was now settling in. The first true winter morning always came quietly, as if it didn't wish to disturb the world with its arrival. Henry noticed it before he even opened his eyes. The air in the room felt sharper, and the silence had a different weight to it. When he did rise, pulling on his heavy wool sweater, the window panes were etched with delicate frost, patterns curling and branching like white ferns across the glass. The world outside was changed, the orchard, the fields, the path. Everything had taken on a softer, muted tone, the colors of autumn replaced by the clean stillness of snow and ice. Even the air itself seemed to move differently, heavier and more deliberate. Somewhere beyond the yard, the creek ran slower now, its edges caught in thin layers of ice, the water beneath moving dark and quiet. Henry had been waiting for this kind of morning, not for any particular task, but because it marked the turning of the year's page. He knew the pond would be different now, wrapped in winter's hand, and he felt drawn to see it, the way one visits an old friend after a long absence. He lit the lantern before stepping out. In summer or autumn it was a comfort, in winter it was a necessity. The flame flickered gently against the glass, a small steady heart in the cold air. The path to the pond felt new under snow, even though his boots had followed it for years. Each step left a clear print in the white, the sound a crisp, satisfying crunch. The oaks at the bend stood bare now, their branches holding only snow and the occasional clump of ice that would fall with a muffled thud when the wind passed. He paused to touch the nearest trunk, feeling the rough bark beneath his glove, the same as always despite the season's change. When the pond came into view, Henry stopped and let the sight settle in him. The surface was frozen, a smooth, pale sheet that mirrored the soft gray of the sky. The far bank seemed closer somehow, as though the stillness had drawn everything inward. Snow lay in gentle drifts along the edges, and reeds that once swayed in the breeze now stood stiff and rimmed with frost. He walked slowly to the flat stone and placed the lantern there. Its glow pooled over the ice, spreading outward in faint golden ripples until it met the silver light of the winter day. Henry crouched beside it, resting one hand on the cold stone, and listened. Winter sounds were different. There was no hum of insects, no splash of frogs, no soft lapping of water against the bank. Instead, there was the faint creak of ice shifting under its own weight, the whisper of snow settling and far off, the sharp, clean crack of a branch giving way somewhere in the woods. Henry remembered winters long ago when he and his brother would skate here. The ice would sing under their blades, low notes that carried across the pond, mingling with their laughter. Sometimes they would play until the light faded, and their mother's lantern, this very one, would appear at the edge of the ice, calling them home. He smiled at the thought, though the memory felt like a photograph, still faded at the edges, yet warm in the center. The pond seemed to remember too. Even in its frozen state, it held those days somewhere beneath the ice, just as it held the life that would return in spring. A single snowflake landed on the lantern's glass, melting instantly into a clear bead of water, then another and another. Soon the air was full of them, drifting down in slow, unhurried spirals. Henry tilted his head back to watch, the flakes soft against his face. Each one was a brief, unique thing, and yet together they covered the world in the same quiet blanket. He stayed until the snow had begun to soften the edges of his footprints on the path. The lantern's flame glowed brighter now against the growing white, and as he lifted it, the pond's frozen surface caught that light and held it for a moment before letting it go. The walk back felt longer, though he took the same path. Snow muted the sound of his steps, and the trees seemed to lean closer as if listening. When he reached the porch, Henry paused to look back. Through the bare branches, he could just make out the pale expanse of the pond, the lantern's light no longer visible but somehow still felt. Inside, he set the lantern on the table and watched the snow fall through the window. The frost on the glass had begun to melt in places, opening small clear patches to the world outside. Winter had settled in, and with it came a deep, patient stillness. Henry knew he would visit the pond again soon, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps not for days, but the knowledge that it was there, keeping its quiet vigil under the snow, was enough for now. The evening came early in winter, the kind of early that made it feel as though the day had slipped quietly out the back door without saying goodbye. By the time Henry stepped outside, the sun had already vanished behind the bare ridge, leaving a lingering blush of color in the west, a faint wash of rose and amber fading into the cool blue of night. He carried the lantern in one hand, its flame already burning. The glass panes glowed like a heart cupped in his palm, and as he moved, the light swayed gently, sending long, warm shapes over the snow. Each breath rose before him in small clouds that drifted upward and then dissolved into the still air. The path to the pond was familiar, yet different under night's hand. In the moonlight, the snow reflected a soft silver, and the shadows of the trees fell long and slender across it. The world seemed made of quiet contrasts, light and dark, cold and warm, stillness and the faint crunch of Henry's boots. When he reached the oaks at the bend, he paused as he always did. Their trunks were dark pillars against the pale sky, their branches spread like a lace of black lines above. Somewhere high in the limbs, a thin crack sounded, a piece of ice loosening in the cold, and then it was silent again. Henry touched the nearest trunk, the rough bark cool even through his glove, before continuing on. The pond lay before him, its surface a sheet of ice that gleamed under the moon. It was not perfectly smooth. Patches of snow lay here and there, caught in shallow dips, and the faint trace of cracks marked where the ice had shifted. The far bank looked closer in the night, the line of trees beyond it dark and watchful. Henry set the lantern down on the flat stone. Its golden glow spilled outward, meeting the pale silver of the moon in a soft mingling of light. The ice reflected both, the warm flicker of the flame and the steady cold gleam of the sky, until the two seemed woven together. He crouched near the lantern, resting his elbows on his knees, and let his gaze wander over the frozen surface. The stillness here felt different than in summer. Then, the pond had been alive with small movements, the ripple of water, the dart of fish, the trembling of reeds. Now, it was a stillness that held everything in place, like a pause in the middle of a sentence that would be finished in spring. From somewhere across the ice, a faint groan sounded, low and deep, like the pond itself was stretching in its sleep. Henry smiled faintly. He remembered those sounds from his childhood winters, when he and his brother would skate here until their toes went numb. Sometimes they'd stop in the middle of the pond and just listen to the way the ice spoke, long, resonant notes that seemed to travel beneath their feet. The memory brought with it the scent of wood smoke, though faint at first. He turned slightly and saw the thin ribbon of it rising from the chimney of his own house, far enough away to seem like a picture in the distance. The smell deepened as the breeze shifted, bringing with it the comfort of fire, a scent that belonged to winter evenings as much as the frost on the windows or the lantern in his hand. Henry stayed by the pond as the moon climbed higher, its light sharpening the edges of the snow. The lantern's glow was softer by comparison, but it warmed the small circle of space around him. He could see his breath mingling with that light before drifting upward and away. After a time, he rose and walked slowly along the edge of the pond, the lantern swinging at his side. The snow here was unbroken except for the faint traces of animals, small, careful prints that came to the water's edge and then turned away again. A fox, perhaps, or a rabbit. Their paths were quiet reminders that the pond kept more company than it seemed. When he returned to the flat stone, Henry didn't pick up the lantern right away. Instead, he stood looking out over the ice, letting the cold settle into his coat, feeling the way the night wrapped itself around him. It was not an unwelcome feeling, more like a hand resting gently on the shoulder, steadying rather than pressing. Finally, he lifted the lantern and began the walk home. The path behind him faded quickly into shadow, but the one ahead was lit in small, steady pools of light. By the time the porch came into view, the smell of the wood fire was stronger, and the thought of its warmth met him like an old friend at the door. Inside, he set the lantern on the table but did not extinguish it immediately. He let it burn for a while, its glow mingling with the flicker from the hearth. Outside, the pond lay silent under the moon, holding the lantern's memory in its frozen heart. Dawn arrived as a slow, unhurried unfolding of light. It was the kind of winter morning where the day seemed reluctant to wake, lingering in the comfort of its own dreams before lifting its head. Henry stirred early, though not because of any pressing need. It was simply that the house had its own way of rousing him, first with the faint creak of the timbers in the cold, then with the softened glow pressing through the frost-clouded window. The lantern still sat on the table where he'd left it the night before. Its glass panes held a faint film of warmth from its long burn, though the flame had gone out hours ago. Outside, the world was muffled under fresh snow, a smooth, unbroken layer that seemed to promise that nothing had hurried through the night. Henry dressed slowly, pulling on his heavy wool socks and the same sweater he had worn the night before. There was a pleasure in these small repetitions, in knowing the fabric had held the memory of other mornings, just like this one. He brewed coffee on the wood stove, letting the smell drift through the kitchen, and stood with his hands wrapped around the warm mug, The steam curled upward, catching in the pale light that filtered through the window. Beyond the glass, the air above the pond shimmered faintly with mist, a thin silver veil rising from the frozen surface. It was the meeting of two temperatures, the hard cold of the ice below, and the softer, almost invisible warmth from the water still breathing beneath. That thin mist made the whole pond look like it belonged to another time, a place untouched by the demands of the present day. Henry stepped outside, carrying the lantern in one hand. He didn't light it, it wasn't needed now, but somehow it felt right to bring it along, as if the pond might notice if he came empty-handed. The snow squeaked lightly under his boots, each step a clean mark in the untouched whiteness. The sky overhead was a pale wash of color, the faintest suggestion of gold at the edges. In the distance, the woods stood dark and patient, their outlines softened by the lingering mist. The air was sharp enough to bring a kind of alertness, yet gentle enough to keep him moving at an easy pace. When Henry reached the pond, he stood still for a long moment. The ice was the same as the night before, but now it reflected the muted tones of morning instead of the cold silver of moonlight. The mist curled and shifted over its surface, revealing small glimpses of the far bank before covering it again. The reeds along the shore stood frosted and still, their tips bowed under the weight of snow. He set the lantern down on the flat stone again, not as a signal, but as a quiet offering. Its brass handle left a faint print in the frost where he placed it. He crouched near the edge of the ice, close enough to see small air bubbles trapped beneath, tiny shapes caught in time until the thaw. Henry thought of how many winters the pond had endured, how many mornings like this it had woken to without fuss or fanfare. The constancy of it was a kind of comfort, a reminder that some things, despite the pull and strain of years, kept their place in the world. The first sound to break the stillness was the flutter of wings. A single bird, dark against the pale sky, crossed the pond and landed near the far reeds. It stood there for a moment, its head turning sharply as it looked over the frozen expanse. Then it dipped its beak into the snow, lifting it again with nothing more than a shake, before flying off toward the trees. The air closed around its absence, returning easily to its quiet. Henry breathed deeply, letting the cold settle into him the way water fills a still vessel. He stayed by the pond until the sun's light began to grow more certain, stretching across the snow in long, soft bands. On the walk back, he noticed the way the frost on the branches caught the sunlight, turning even the smallest twigs into fine threads of glass. The smell of the wood fire reached him halfway home, warm and steady, as though it had been waiting for his return. Back inside, he placed the lantern on its usual shelf near the window. From there, it could look out over the yard and the path to the pond, keeping its quiet watch. Henry poured another cup of coffee and sat at the table, his gaze resting on the pale shimmer of mist still hanging over the ice. The day would move on, as days always did, but for now the pond lay in its winter keeping, and he and his, each holding the other in a shared, unspoken understanding. That afternoon, the light came in low and long, the way it always did in the depth of winter. It spilled in through the west-facing window, turning the dust in the air into a slow dance of gold and shadow. Henry sat by that window with the old wooden chair pulled close, his tools laid out on a folded piece of burlap spread across the floor. The chair had been his father's, or maybe even his grandfather's before that. It was the sort of thing that seemed to belong more to the house than to any one person, a fixture of the place, as much a part of it as the wainscoting or the shelves worn smooth by decades of hands. Time had left its marks on the chair in quiet ways, a faint hollow in the seat, a sheen on the arms from years of use, and a small looseness in the backrest that had prompted Henry to bring out the tools today. Outside, the day was still. The snow lay unbroken except for the narrow path to the pond, and even that looked softened by the light dusting that had fallen since morning. From where he sat, Henry could just see the edge of the ice, pale and still between the bare trees. The lantern was not there now. It sat inside on the shelf. But he liked to think the pond remembered its light, the way a house remembers the sound of footsteps. He took up the first tool, an old screwdriver with the handle worn to the shape of a hand. The wood fit easily into his palm, familiar in a way that needed no thinking. Working slowly, he loosened the screws holding the backrest, then eased the piece free. The sound of the wood shifting was soft, almost apologetic, as though it disliked being disturbed after so many years of steady service. In the quiet, the ticking of the clock in the other room seemed louder than usual, each second landing gently in the still air. The smell of the wood, dry, a little sweet, touched with the faintest trace of old polish, rose as Henry worked. He thought of the evenings his father had sat in this very chair, reading by lamplight, his legs stretched out toward the stove. Sometimes Henry, still a boy then, would sit cross-legged on the floor nearby, listening not so much to the words as to the comfort in his father's voice. As the light shifted, Henry paused and looked out the window again. The sun was slipping lower, brushing the tops of the trees with a deeper gold. Shadows stretched long over the snow, their edges softened where the light met the mist beginning to rise from the pond. It was the kind of moment that seemed to slow time itself, as if the day had agreed to linger just a little longer before surrendering to evening. He replaced the backrest, tightening the screws in careful turns. The wood creaked faintly as it settled into place. There was a kind of satisfaction in the work, not just in the repair itself, but in the way it honored the chair's long history. Things like this, Henry thought, weren't made to be replaced. They were made to be kept, to be cared for, to carry their years, openly. When the work was done, he brushed the sawdust from the seat and set the chair back in its place near the window. He sat down in it, leaning back slightly, and let his eyes travel over the familiar shapes of the room. The light on the walls was softer now, the gold deepening toward amber, and the warmth from the stove reached him in a steady, gentle wave. For a while, he simply sat, his hands resting loosely on the arms of the chair. The wood was warm where the sun had touched it, cool in the places where it hadn't. He could hear the faint crackle from the stove, the occasional whisper of wind at the eaves, and somewhere far off, the muffled creak of ice settling on the pond. It was, Henry thought, enough. More than enough, really. When the sun finally dipped below the trees, he rose and went to the shelf for the lantern. He lit it, the flame catching quickly and casting its quiet glow into the room. Placing it on the windowsill, he let it shine outward into the early darkness, a small, steady signal to the night. Outside, the snow caught the light and held it, just as it held the footprints, the shadows, and the memory of all that had passed over it. And inside, the repaired chair stood ready for another evening, another season, another set of quiet hours spent in the company of a flame. By the time Henry stepped out onto the porch that evening, the air had settled into the deep stillness that comes after sunset in midwinter. The kind of stillness that wasn't empty at all, but filled with 100 quiet things, subtle movements of cold air, the faint crackle of frost forming on the eaves, and somewhere beyond, the soft shifting of the ice at the pond. The lantern was with him again, its light steady, not bright enough to chase away the night, but enough to make a small circle of gold around where he sat. He placed it on the porch rail, where the wind couldn't reach it, and lowered himself into the newly repaired chair. The wood felt solid beneath him, holding his weight without the slightest complaint, as though grateful for the care given earlier that day. From the porch, he could just see the glint of the pond through the bare trees, a faint reflection of starlight scattered across its frozen surface. Here and there, the darkness was interrupted by the pale outline of snowdrifts along the banks. The night was clear, the sky stretched wide and sharp, so that the stars looked closer than they had in weeks. He found the familiar constellations without needing to search for them. Orion's belt leaning over the horizon, the Pleiades like a handful of frost thrown into the black. Henry pulled his coat a little tighter, though the cold wasn't biting, more of a presence, a constant hand resting on the skin. Each breath left him in a soft plume that drifted upward before fading. The smell of the wood smoke from his own chimney reached him in slow waves, each one mingling with the faint resinous scent of the pine logs stacked neatly against the wall. He leaned back, listening. The night had its own rhythm, one that didn't care for clocks or schedules. Somewhere in the woods, a branch shifted under the weight of snow. From the direction of the pond came a deep, hollow sound, ice contracting perhaps or adjusting to the temperature's drop. The sound was slow and patient, like the earth itself stretching in its sleep. Henry thought about how the porch had seen decades of nights like this, each one slightly different, yet deeply the same. His father had sat here long ago, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee even in the cold, eyes turned toward the same line of trees. And before that, his grandfather too, though Henry had only fragments of memory, mostly stories told by others of those evenings. He reached down and ran a hand along the arm of the chair, the smoothness of it under his fingers, a quiet reminder of the work done earlier. He liked that it would hold him for years yet, and perhaps hold someone else long after he was gone. There was a comfort in knowing that certain objects, like certain places, didn't demand to be changed. They simply endured, carrying the marks of those who had trusted them. A small wind moved through the yard then, stirring the frost-laden grass. It carried with it a sound from the pond, not quite a crack, not quite a sigh, but something between the two. Henry imagined the ice breathing, shifting its weight from one quiet position to another. In the lantern's glow, the breath from his lips looked like thin smoke, curling upward and dissolving into the cold. He closed his eyes for a while, letting the sounds and scents become part of the stillness. The distant pop of a log in the stove inside, the faint metallic click as the lantern's metal cooled in the air, the muted thump of snow slipping from a branch somewhere out of sight. When he opened his eyes again, the stars had grown brighter, sharper. The Milky Way was visible now, a faint path of light crossing the darkness, as though someone had walked across the sky long ago and left a trail of snow behind them. He thought of how many eyes had looked at this same view over the years, from porches like his, from open fields, from places where the night was more than just a backdrop. It was part of the life lived there. Henry stayed until the lantern's flame began to dip, its pool of light shrinking slightly on the porch boards. Then, with the same care he always took, He lifted it and carried it back inside. The warmth of the house wrapped around him, and the scent of the wood fire deepened. He set the lantern back on its shelf, its glass still holding the faintest ghost of heat. Outside, the pond lay quiet again, its voice folded into the winter night. And in the chair by the window, Henry sat for a little while longer, watching the dark shape of the trees against the stars, knowing that tomorrow the day would move at the same unhurried pace, and that for now was exactly enough. The morning arrived without hurry, as if the day itself had decided to take its time stretching awake. A pale winter sun edged its way above the trees, its light diffused by the thin veil of frost still clinging to the air. From his kitchen window, Henry watched the pond lying under that soft light, quiet, dignified, as if guarding some old secret. He had no pressing work to claim his attention. The woodpile was stacked high enough for several more weeks. The pantry shelves were well supplied, and the fences would not need checking until the thaw. On mornings like this, when the demands of life loosened their grip, Henry liked to walk. Not a walk for the sake of exercise or errands, but a slow meandering, the kind that let the land set the pace. He put on his old boots, the ones scuffed from years of use, and shrugged into his coat. The air met him with that clean, almost metallic chill of winter, and his breath formed small clouds before him as he stepped down from the porch. He didn't follow the road, but took the narrow path that curved around the mill pond, its edges marked by the faint prints of deer and fox that had passed through in the night. Each footprint told a story he would never fully know. The split hooves of a doe pressed lightly into the snow, angled toward the grove of willows by the far shore. The delicate straight-line pattern of a fox's paws, purposeful and unbroken, vanishing into the underbrush. A rabbit had paused mid-bound, its prints close together, then scattered into a spray as it changed direction, perhaps startled by the shadow of a hawk, or perhaps simply following some invisible thread of scent. Henry crouched now and then, studying the tracks with the quiet interest of someone who has learned to notice without needing to understand everything. Out here, the smallest signs were reminders that he shared this place with others. Quiet neighbors who asked nothing from him but the courtesy of his awareness. The pond itself was a mirror to the pale sky, its surface caught in the grip of ice, though along the shallows, thin seams of water glimmered where the sun had begun its slow work. Every so often a sound rose from beneath the frozen sheet, a groan, a deep shift, like the pond exhaling in its sleep. He paused to listen each time, letting the sound move through him. By the stand of cattails near the far bend, he stopped. They swayed faintly in the breeze, their brown heads still holding tufts of last season's fluff. He remembered how, as a boy, he and his cousin used to break them open, releasing the down into the wind until the air was full of drifting seeds, each one a tiny traveler set free. He could almost see their mittened hands tossing the pieces skyward, the joy of it so simple that it hardly seemed to belong to memory at all. It felt as if it could happen again, right here. The path curved into a small clearing where a lone bench waited, its boards silvered by years of sun and rain. Henry sat there, facing the pond. From this spot, the mill house was just visible through the trees, its roof dusted with snow, the old water wheel motionless beside it. Even in stillness, the wheel seemed to hum with the memory of movement, as if it carried the echo of every turn it had made. He sat for a long while, watching the slow passage of the clouds in the water's reflection. There was no urgency in the way the day unfolded here. Time didn't press forward, but spread itself wide, leaving room for each small thing to be noticed. The rhythm of it was a balm, steadying the mind the way a gentle hand steadies the shoulder. Eventually, Henry rose and continued along the path, completing the slow circle back toward his house. The lantern still sat on the porch rail where he'd left it the night before, its glass now cool and clear in the daylight. He touched it as he passed, a quiet acknowledgement before stepping inside to the comfort of the stove's low heat. And as he shed his coat, he found that the walk had done what it always did, loosened whatever tightness had gathered in his chest, replaced it with the kind of calm that didn't need to be named. Outside, the pond waited for night to fall again, and the lantern for its turn to shine. The day had worn itself thin in that quiet way winter days do, until the edges of light began to fray and give way to dusk. Henry had been sitting by the kitchen table, a half-finished cup of tea cooling at his elbow, when he heard the faint crunch of footsteps outside. Not hurried, not heavy, just the steady sound of someone making their way over snow that had begun to settle again in the late afternoon hush. He rose and glanced toward the window. Through the pale curtain, he could make out a figure moving slowly along the path from the road. The shape was familiar, though it had been months since he'd seen it. Tom Abernathy, an old neighbor from across the ridge. They had known each other since boyhood, sharing the same schoolhouse in the village, the same riverbanks in summer, the same church pews on cold December mornings. Henry opened the door before Tom reached it, letting the warm glow from the lantern spill out across the yard. "Well," Henry said, his voice carrying both surprise and welcome. "I didn't expect to see you walking this far on a day like this." Tom smiled as he came up the steps, brushing the frost from his shoulders. "Figured I'd come by before the road's ice over. Been too long since I saw that pond of yours." There was no hurry in their greeting, no clapping of backs or loud declarations, just the quiet acknowledgement that comes between people who have known each other across decades. Henry stepped aside and Tom entered, stamping his boots gently on the mat before making his way to the chair nearest the stove. Henry poured fresh tea, setting the kettle back where it could hum softly over the heat. The two men sat, steam rising between them, while outside the last of the daylight dimmed. "I passed by the old mill," Tom said after a moment. "Still looks just the same as it did when we were boys. Hard to believe it's been sitting idle all these years." Henry nodded. "Sometimes I think it's better for it to rest. Not everything needs to be put back to work." They fell into the kind of conversation that didn't press forward, but wandered, touching on the smallest things. The depth of the snow this year, the shape of the moon the night before, the rumor that a pair of swans had been seen farther downstream. Each subject lingered just long enough to feel complete, before it was set down and replaced by another. After a while, Henry stood and lit the lantern on the porch. Through the open door, the soft light fell across the yard and out toward the pond, where it shimmered faintly on the edge of ice. "Still burns steady," Tom observed, watching the flame sway inside the glass. Henry smiled faintly. "It's a good light. Doesn't ask for more than it needs, and it gives what it has." For a while longer they sat without speaking, each man holding his cup, letting the quiet do the talking. In that stillness, the sound of the pond settling for the night seemed louder. An occasional creak of ice, the muted whisper of wind through the cattails. When Tom finally rose to leave, the night had taken full hold. Henry walked him to the porch, and they stood together for a moment, looking out across the water. The lantern's glow trembled on the ice, like a small promise against the darks. "Come by again before the spring," Henry said, though they both knew the invitation needed no repeating. "I will," Tom replied, pulling his scarf tighter. "Good night, Henry." And then he was gone, his footsteps fading into the cold, the lantern's light following him partway down the path before it was swallowed by the winter night. Henry lingered there a moment longer, the air crisp in his lungs, before stepping back inside. The house felt warmer now, not from the stove alone, but from the visit, the simple exchange of presents that asked for nothing and gave quietly in return. He set the kettle for one last cup of tea, the flame of the lantern still steady against the dark, as if it, too, had enjoyed the company. After Tom's footsteps faded into the stillness, Henry closed the door gently, careful not to let the latch click too sharply. The sound of the winter night was too delicate to disturb. He set his cup down on the table and stood for a moment in the center of the room, letting the warmth of the stove seep into him again. The house felt both fuller and quieter after company, a familiar paradox he had known most of his life. Conversations, even the unhurried ones, had a way of leaving echoes behind. He could almost hear the cadence of Tom's voice still lingering in the corners of the kitchen, as though it too had settled in for the night. Henry pulled on his coat once more and stepped back out onto the porch. The lantern's flame swayed inside its glass, sending out that steady amber glow he'd come to trust more than the clocks in town. Out beyond it, the mill pond lay still, its thin ice gleaming like a quiet mirror under the dark sky. He rested his hands on the railing, feeling the cool bite of the wood beneath his fingers. The air was sharp but not unfriendly, the kind of cold that wakes you gently rather than pushes you away. Across the pond, the bare branches of the willow bent toward the water, their silhouettes black and delicate against the faint shimmer of starlight. For reasons he didn't entirely question, Henry's mind wandered back to evenings long ago, when Ruth had been alive and they would come out here together after supper. She'd bring her knitting, or sometimes nothing at all, content just to watch the water darken and listen to the night unfold. Her chair had always been to his right, a little closer to the pond. He could almost see her now, bundled in her shawl, the lantern's glow catching in the soft curve of her cheek. There had been a certain rhythm to those evenings, as steady as the flame itself. They spoke when they wished, but they never felt obliged to fill the quiet. The pond and the lantern seemed to approve of that. Henry closed his eyes and let that memory settle in. It was not a sharp ache, but a warm one, like the press of a familiar hand on the shoulder. He had learned over the years that certain memories no longer demanded to be wrestled with. They could simply be kept company, much as he kept company with the pond. A faint sound broke this stillness, a single crack of ice far out near the center of the water. It was followed by silence, then the slow, muffled settling of the surface. Henry had always thought there was something comforting in those winter noises, as though the pond itself were shifting under a blanket, finding its place for the night. He stayed there until his breath came in longer, slower clouds. The lantern's flame never flickered wildly, only leaned slightly when a gentler wind passed through. That, too, reminded him of Ruth, how she never forced the world to move faster, but seemed always to lean into its pace until it welcomed her. When the cold began to press into his hands, Henry returned inside, leaving the lantern lit on the porch. It would burn until he came to bed, a quiet sentinel keeping watch over the yard and the pond. He took the long way to the stove, passing by the shelves where a few of Ruth's books still stood. One, a worn collection of poems, had been left with a pressed maple leaf inside. Henry knew exactly where. It was the page she'd marked one October evening, when the pond had caught the fire of autumn leaves on its surface. He did not open it now. Some things were better left in their places, ready to be found again on a day when the memory needed company. By the time he settled into his chair, the kettle had begun to hum. He poured the water over a fresh measure of tea leaves, watching the steam curl upward and fade. Outside, the lantern shone steady against the dark, its reflection trembling faintly on the pond surface, just as it had for so many years. And Henry, with the cup warming his hands, felt that quiet fullness again, the kind that comes not from noise or motion, but from the steady presence of a light, a pond, and the memory of someone who once sat beside him in the same glow. The first hints of spring came quietly to the mill pond, the way dawn arrives without asking the night to leave too quickly. For weeks, Henry had been watching the edges of the ice loosen, retreating by small, almost unnoticeable degrees. At first it had been only a sliver of dark water near the bank, where the sun lingered a little longer each afternoon. Then, as the days stretched ever so slightly, the ice began to pull back in soft curves, giving way to ripples that caught the light like fragments of glass. It was still cold, of course. March in these parts was never eager to show its hand too soon. But there was a gentleness in the air now. The wind that swept over the pond no longer bit at the skin. It brushed past with the faint scent of thawing earth. Henry noticed it most in the mornings, when he stepped out onto the porch and breathed in that particular blend of damp soil and wood smoke drifting from the far houses in town. It was the kind of scent that stirred something deep in the memory, though he couldn't have said exactly what. The lantern still hung in its place beside the door, its glass a little cloudy from the winter's long watch. Henry found himself lighting it less often now, but never put it away entirely. In the evenings, when the air still carried a chill, he'd let the flame burn, not because it was needed for light, but because it was part of the pond's rhythm, as much a part of it as the slow return of the geese or the first call of the frogs in the shallows. On one such evening, he carried a chair out to the porch and sat facing the water. A faint mist was rising from the surface, curling in delicate threads that wove themselves into the bare branches along the shore. Somewhere far off, he could hear the low, hollow knock of a woodpecker working at an old trunk. The sound was steady, almost meditative, and Henry found himself leaning into it, letting it fill the spaces between his thoughts. He thought of Ruth then, not of any one moment, but of the way she had always welcomed spring. She had a quiet affection for those in-between days, when winter still lingered, but life had already begun to return in the smallest places. She'd bring home twigs with the earliest buds and set them in a jar of water on the windowsill, smiling as if she'd caught a secret in bloom. Henry had never matched her patience for such things, but in these last years, he found himself doing them without thinking, as though her habits had quietly taken root in him. The pond reflected a pale sky, the kind that holds more promise than color. Henry's gaze drifted along its edges, where tufts of last year's reeds leaned at odd angles, some bent low enough to kiss the water. A single duck traced a slow path through the thaw, its wake a small disturbance that seemed, in that moment, like a brave act. It occurred to Henry that the pond itself was a kind of memory keeper, each season layered over the last, and not erasing, but softening it, winter ice giving way to spring ripples, summer lilies fading into autumn leaves, and so on, year after year. The water had held Ruth's reflection as it did his now, and one day it would hold someone else's. This thought did not sadden him. Instead, it felt like being part of something steady, something large enough to carry the weight of all those moments without spilling any of them. As the light dimmed, Henry lit the lantern. Its glow fell over the porch boards, warming their weathered grain, and reached out just far enough to touch the water. The reflection trembled with the breeze, stretching and narrowing, but never breaking. He stayed there until the mist thickened, wrapping the pond in a soft shroud. The air cooled against his cheeks, but inside, he felt the warmth of something carried forward, not in haste, not in fear, but with the quiet patience of a man who had learned to meet the seasons where they stood. When he rose at last, Henry did not glance back to see if the lantern still shone. He knew it would. The flame, like the pond, had a way of keeping its place until morning. By late April, the mill pond had all but shed the last traces of winter. The air was warmer now, carrying with it the soft chorus of frogs and the rustle of new leaves. The days began earlier and ended later, each one lingering as though reluctant to let go. The pale light of dawn slid across the water in slow golden bands, and the evenings drew down like a deep breath, calm and unhurried. Henry found himself rising earlier, not out of habit, but because the morning seemed to invite him. He'd step onto the porch with a cup of coffee, feeling the boards still cool beneath his feet, and watch the pond shift from silver to gold. The lantern, unlit now for many weeks, hung beside the door like a quiet companion. Its glass was clean again, polished not out of necessity, but out of care, the way one keeps a photograph free of dust. The small things filled his days now, turning the soil in the garden, stopping to watch the barn swallows swoop low over the water, sitting by the pond's edge with a book, though more often than not, the book lay unopened in his lap as he followed the slow drift of clouds overhead. In these hours, Henry thought less about what had been lost and more about what was still here. The pond, constant yet ever-changing, the path that curved gently around its edge, the old sycamore by the mill, whose broad trunk bore the marks of decades, some made by storms, others by the small hands of children who had once played here. And there was Ruth, still with him in ways that could not be measured, in the way he noticed the first blossoms of the apple tree before the rest of the town, in the way he set the table for one but left the other chair in its place, in the way the lantern's warm light seemed somehow like her voice, soft, steady, and sure, even in the quietest nights. On an evening near the end of spring, Henry took a walk along the pond's edge. The water lay still, holding the reflection of the sky so perfectly that it was hard to tell where the earth ended and the heavens began. He paused by the old wooden bench, its surface worn smooth by years of weather and waiting, and sat down. The smell of damp earth rose up from the grass, mingling with the faint sweetness of wild violets. He let his gaze wander to the mill, to the tall grasses swaying at the far bank, to the faint ripple where a fish broke the surface. Everything here was both familiar and new, as it always had been. The light dimmed slowly, the way it does when the day is in no hurry to end. Henry lit the lantern, not because it was needed, but because it belonged to this place, to this hour. The flame flickered to life, catching the glass in a soft glow, and its reflection trembled on the water. For a while, he simply sat there, listening. The distant call of a whippoorwill, the whisper of the breeze moving through the reeds, the quiet heartbeat of the pond itself. In that moment, he understood that the lantern's light was not only for him, it was for anyone who might come down the path after dark, looking for their way home. It was for the memory of those who had sat here before, and for the promise that the pond would be waiting for whoever came next. When Henry rose to go inside, he left the lantern burning. The pond would keep it safe, and so the night settled in around the mill pond, gentle, unbroken, and whole. The water held the sky, the lantern held its glow, and somewhere in between, Henry felt the quiet comfort of belonging, here and now, in a world that asked for nothing more than his presence. If you're listening to this tonight, I hope you too can find that still place within yourself, a place where the air is soft, the light is warm, and the worries of the day drift away like ripples on the pond. Rest well, and may your dreams be as calm and steady as the lantern's glow on quiet water. Before you drift off completely, I'd love to hear, if you could walk anywhere tonight, anywhere at all, where would your steps take you? And so, as the lantern's glow trembles softly across the still water, the night folds itself around the mill pond like a warm quilt. The world has grown quiet now, only the whisper of the breeze through the reeds and the steady hush of your own breath. Here, in this gentle darkness, there is nothing you must do, nowhere you must be, only rest. I hope tonight's journey has brought you a little peace, a place to set down the weight you've been carrying. May your dreams be kind, your sleep deep, and your heart a little lighter when morning comes. Good night, my friend. May you rest in the safety of still waters and the soft light of the lantern. If you'd like, I'd love to hear from you. Tell me, what story would you like me to tell next?